Test, 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 test. Hello. Test.
Check, check, check.
Test, test. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, check, check. Hello, check, check. Check, yep. Is that good?
Check, check, check. Yep, yep. This that sounds good. Thanks, Tim.
Check, check, check.
Tim, you rock.
Tim rocks.
These are extra batteries if you need them. They go back in the case as well. Okay. Good luck. Sorry, I can't stay.
Check, check. Welcome, everybody. We're just going to be starting about 10 minutes, so continue to enjoy yourselves. Have some drinks if you like some chips and cookies. Unfortunately, they're not healthy, but what are you going to do? And we'll be starting in 10. And for those of you who are on Hangout, just hold tight. 10 minutes, and it will be go time.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining. My name is Yashar Rasuli. I am the technology director at this fine company called Myplanet and a co-founder as well. A lot of people came in here and I think thought this might be a co-working space or some other type of event space. So I just wanted to clarify, we are a real company. We are 80 people, 60 here out of Toronto. We do product design and development for large enterprises. And we have one of our own products as well, which is a video business enablement platform called Relay Robin. And we've been practicing mindfulness since 2011 or 10. It's been a while, 2010. Wow, so almost since the inception of the company. And Michael joined us then and got us all interested in the topic, and it's just taken off like a rocket ship here at the company. So we do a lot of different things here, and I think that Michael and Ellen, who lead the initiatives here at the company, are going to give you really good insight into what makes mindfulness really important in everyday work and what you might be able to take away for your own work lives. So with that, I'm going to kick it off, and thanks for joining.
Double mics. Thank you, Yashar. Thank you all for joining us for this Mindfulness and Tech meetup. Come on down, make yourselves comfortable. So, you know, how interesting is that we put this up, and big thanks to Cahill, who's downstairs at the helm of the gates to Myplanet. You know, literally within the first 4 or 5 days of putting up this meetup, it was pretty much filled. And so with a 20-person wait list, it's really exciting to see this type of inquisitiveness and mindfulness and technology, right? It's very interesting to see it starting to merge, and we're also really excited to be able to share with you a little bit of an insight of how we've been making it functionally work here at Myplanet, because it really was a learning game. When we started off, it was quite experimental, right? And we were taking sort of the conventional approaches of just looking at meditation and hosting groups. And then it started evolving in a way. We took an iterative design approach towards really testing every single initiative that happens here and constantly building, seeing how people can buy into it, how can we onboard people to it, et cetera. And so we're going to share with you how that ports into the greater talent and team development initiatives. So it plays a little bit more of a holistic role, and mindfulness is a tool within that. But also to share with you very briefly sort of the emerging movement behind mindfulness as well. So here there's a couple books, Search Inside Yourself. You know, Google is pioneering this quite en masse, and you know, some of the top writers around workplace effectiveness are taking this up. So we're excited to share that with you. But before we dive in, what we like to do is just share with you a taste in honor of mindfulness in tech of us to actually take a purposeful pause. So a lot of times, you know, if you think about actually pausing in your day, or even pausing right now, I speak about it as like the ultimate disruption, disrupting our baseline disrupted state, right? So let us just take a pause and just notice what's actually happening right now. And it's quite incredible. There's so many things pulling at our attention on a day-to-day basis that we are starting to forget that we actually have a choice of what we place our attention on and what we don't place our attention on. So, you know, if you think about the application of this towards meetings, towards interacting with another person, it's quite pivotal because our minds are usually not here. They're usually everywhere else other than here, even as I speak to you, right? Research shows that 53% of you are not listening to what I am saying. With the attention spans of goldfish, based on a recent study out of Microsoft, it shows that, you know, we need this more than ever. So without further ado, we're going to practice mindfulness. This is an academic definition of mindfulness. Ultimately, it's placing your attention fully to what's happening in this moment in an open, accepting, kind way. All right? And so when we practice that, we can literally bring that into every interaction. We could bring that into coding, into design. We're going to hear from a few of our rock stars here at Myplanet around how that has come into their lives. But we can also sort of sit and notice and do that same action as well. So here, this is the going term of the awareness that arises through paying attention on purpose. So it's very intentional. So we're intentionally placing our attention into the moment in a very particular way, and that's the attitude of non-judgment, okay? And so this is a practice, and we're gonna go through some of the mechanisms in a tiny bit. But we're going to do a very simple, it's called a stop practice. And we'll do this before meetings. We'll do this before coaching sessions here at Myplanet, before workshops that we host for the Myplaneteers, we like to call them. So the way that I like to cue it to start, we're going to use these sound-making devices. So we have the conventional meditation bells. We also have something called a wah-wah tube. It's pretty funky, yeah. Now, there's nothing mystical about these. It's just a good way to just mark the start and end of an exercise. So we ask you all just to get comfortable, and we're just going to take a 60-second pause so that we can all be present for this workshop. So I'll facilitate it, and just get yourself nice and settled into a grounded, seated posture. So whatever that means for you, sometimes it's good to have both feet planted. And now if you just want to just listen and kick back and relax and just sort of notice what the heck is going on here, then just by all means do so. But if you want to actually engage in some of the, facilitation that I'm going to provide, then the invitation is here for you to do that as well. Okay? So just taking a moment and just allowing yourself to settle into a comfortable seated position. Now you could settle your gaze downwards so that my flailing arms don't pull at your attention, or close your eyes if that's comfortable for you. And just listen to the sound of this tone, or this bell in this case, just to mark the start of this 60-second purposeful pause, the stop practice. So just take a moment to just fully pause and just take a moment to notice how your body feels. So you might notice the trajectory of the day. So tiredness, perhaps agitation from a coffee or difficulty getting here. Just take a moment to take inventory to what's here for you. It might be holding or tension in your arms or in your abdomen, in your jaw, or a sense of release, a sense of ease, or maybe neutrality. So now that you've stopped, take a breath. Just follow the full duration of your in-breath and the full duration of out-breath. Just breathing in, knowing that you're breathing in, and breathing out, knowing that you're breathing out. Just using your breath as an anchor for these few moments of really nothing to do and nowhere to go. Just carving out this purposeful pause to notice a body process that's so essential for life, but so easily forgotten. And just observing, inevitably your attention is going to drift and wander to thoughts, sounds, problem solving, perhaps discomfort. Just knowing this is perfectly normal. Just bring that attention back for a few more moments, just observing the in-breath and observing the out-breath. And when you hear the sound of the tone or the bell, just bring your attention back to the room and open your eyes if they're closed. Okay, so thanks so much for engaging in that. And something that we like to do is just to pull one word or a phrase that can articulate the experience that you just had. And so what we'll do is we'll just take the people in the plastic chair here and we'll just go real quick through it. And we'll start off with you, Yashar. Calm? Excited? Restful? Serene? Collecting? Engaging? What'd you notice? Sleepy. Yeah. How about yourself? Calm as well. Thank you. We usually just zip around just to take a poll. And I mean, here, our intention here is just to share with you just a brief introduction. So excited, calming, sleepy, collecting, you know, all of these aspects. It's interesting to know that really you're not intentionally like shifting the way that you are. You're not creating a special state. It's not intentionally a relaxation practice, but we're actually just checking in to see what's actually happening here. And how often do we get the opportunity to do that in our days? Usually things are just happening so rapidly that we don't even have that opportunity to take inventory of what's actually happening. So here, so I thank you all. If this was like your first time doing a brief mindfulness practice, we just did a mindful awareness of breath practice, and we're going to return to it in a tiny bit as well. So we did that. So just to briefly introduce myself, and I'll hand over the mic to Ellen. My name is Michael, and I've been engaging here with the director team, with Yashar, and initially the Root 6 members of Myplanet back about 4.5, almost 5 years ago, in bringing in these emotional and social intelligence training programs. And so here it's been really focused on the talent and team development initiatives, and really looking at ways that we can stimulate collaboration, sustain resilience over time, and create a culture of self-mastery for the Myplaneteers here at this company. And so outside of Myplanet, I'm a director at the University of Toronto. I have 50 faculty that I support in the Applied Mindfulness program over there. So we do professional training around mindfulness in education, in healthcare, at schools, etc. Worked with a number of different organizations from all the hospitals downtown, which is one project that Ellen and I have going on right now. And on that note, I'll just pass it over to her.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ellen. I am a third-year PhD student. I work out of Ivy, so it's a business school at Western. I studied human behavior as my master's, and I've always had an interest in why we do the things we do and how we can do them better. And I came into mindfulness from a personal practice, years of yoga, and in one meditation, it just clicked for me that there is something to mindfulness in the workplace, and that effectively began my PhD. What mindfulness has taught me is that we are not that efficient just on our own. And with these very simple practices, we can actually start to apply them to work, apply them to our relationships, because at the end of the day, your entire life experience begins and ends in your own mind. And when you can develop or cultivate this quality of your mind, i.e. mindfulness, the world opens up in a series of ways that really helps you fulfill potential just in how you live your life. But because we're talking about work, very much it changes how you produce. So that's what we're going to talk to you a little bit about today.
Thanks, Ellen. So our roadmap here for the next 40 minutes is mindfulness for tech in tech. And so what we're going to do is I'm just going to share briefly around Myplanet mindfulness, so how this is infused into our talent and team development, how it's evolved over time. Then we're going to go into the relevance of this, so just share with you a little bit of a polling of like why the heck even do this in the first place, and sort of why it's emerging. And then Ellen's going to walk you through, because we, within the meetup, we looked at focus, right? So to have you take away a tangible understanding of focus and how you can actually monitor your focus, what is focus, and then how can you cultivate that as well, utilizing some of these aspects of mindfulness. Okay, then we're going to go through and we'll actually share a couple of stories from the field, like how are actually humans, how are we integrating this into our workplace, focus in the tech, right, into design and into development. And then we're going to go through another practice. So based on that understanding, so we're going to understand it informationally, we're going to understand it relationally, and then we're going to go and we're going to understand it through experience. Okay, and so we're going to do another practice just to top it off, share with you some resources you can take away and move forward with your own journey in mindfulness, a la some of these books, apps, etc. And then just open up for Q&A at that point. If there's something just burning desire to ask a question as we move along, by all means, just feel free to do so. But we do have a really succinct messaging that we want to share with you in this time, so we'll honor that as well. So, without further ado, so here, Myplanet mindfulness. So Yashar shared with you a little bit about Myplanet. The culture here is not unlike the culture in a lot of organizations right now that are really at the forefront within the industry. And that is, it's a culture that is really complex. It's vastly changing. It's dynamic. You're working with a lot of people, and we need the tools to be able to support ourselves within that type of environment to thrive. And so here, this is, we're going to be exploring a little bit about Myplanet mindfulness. This would be one of the sessions that we host here on multiple times throughout the week. We also have various team stand-ups that open up with a purposeful pause. This is a purposeful pause in action. We have sometimes retrospectives that will open up with a purposeful pause, and then we go into emotional and social dynamics. So we'll explore those, infused with some psychometric data, and etc. So it's all woven in some really funky ways, and the hope is in 2 slides to be able to share with you just a snapshot of that. But the great thing with Myplanet is that one of the first things you need to do is to create a safe environment to be able to have something like this to be explored. And you do need to have adoption by the leadership team to be able to create a sense of safety that, hey, listen, this is what we're doing. And sometimes it ebbs and flows, within the demands of the organization. There's demands going to be and pressures placed, and you just have to be with that as best you can. That in of itself is a practice. So here, the components of our talent and team development really take the form of these 4 aspects here. Mindfulness, is we look at it as very much a tool. All right, this is attention and awareness training to really enhance one's own awareness, to be aware of what the heck is happening in the moment, and to be able to regulate that. So if I'm discussing, I'm having some type of review with you, or we're doing some strategic planning, and we're both getting agitated, how can we actually become aware of the fact that that's actually happening, and then take the step to decenter from that, course correct, and then to regulate ourselves and to approach whatever it is that we're doing in the most effective manner. And so that applies to many aspects, to the work that we're doing, to the meetings that we have, towards the emails that we send out, towards prioritizing our days, to, the full gamut, presenting, etc. So as you can see, mindfulness is really the gateway towards emotional intelligence, because it develops the first two root aspects of self-awareness and self-regulation. Because if you aren't aware of what the heck is, like, your challenge, then how are you ever going to take an actual effective step and a direct step? You might stumble upon it, but a direct step to really elevate your game, perhaps, but also even just to survive, for some. So emotional intelligence, we have certain aspects around that, which I'll share in a bit, in terms of how we help our Myplaneteers support and cultivate their emotional intelligence. But then we look at team collaboration. So ultimately, we want to create a thriving environment here where people are engaging. And so Jason Cottrell, who's the CEO of Myplanet, he's been a real deep supporter alongside with Yashar of these initiatives. And team collaboration is really at the forefront of what he's looking at here. How do you form teams in the most effective way? Matching for emotional and social skills, then also how you get them to thrive. And then we support that with assessments. So individual assessments, and then organizational assessments, team-based assessments. And that just provides us more questions to move forward. So this has just been a little bit of an evolution, because, we're looking at tech. So, there's I've had a chat with, there's Gregor from Shopify. He's doing a lot of their team coaching initiatives, and he's looking ways as well to bring this over there. Out of Google, Bill Duane and Rich Fernandez, I know them quite well. They're the sustainable high performance and resilience leads for Google. So how interesting, right? We're starting to infuse some of these understandings of the mind into how we train and coach. And so we went from, these intensive pilot programs at first, with like the first 6, 7 Myplaneteers, which are now the directors and the co-founders. We went into some weekly sessions, and then we started doing emotional intelligence assessments and coaching. Then we started integrating into corporate values, into the onboarding, and then even into the competency development. So, we know from emotional intelligence that 2/3 of your performance is based on your EI. Because if you can't get out that which no matter how brilliant you are, whatever you have is going to get lost in translation or never even shared in the first place. So how do we catalyze those skills for the Myplaneteers? And so this is starting to get more of an organizational integration. Then we went into organization-wide assessments. So we do team emotional and social intelligence assessments. And we use that to help really get in and use mindfulness, so really see clearly what's happening in the team. And let's really approach the most challenging things. And it gets really interesting. Like, you really bring up stuff that needs to be brought up so that we can move to that Hackman model of forming to performing, right? And then now we've got it, we're really looking at cultural integration. So here, and as well as thought leadership, to be able to share this with the community, for others, for all of you to sort of take it back with yourselves, or come in here and work with us to learn more. But now we provide even counsel for people who are having challenges. They can touch base with us at any time. We can coach them through and utilize some of these tools and techniques to move forward. And so mindfulness is a root thing here. I know this is quite a rich assortment here, but this is just to let you know some of the team and talent development initiatives that we're doing on site. So there's some evidence. I'm not going to cover this, en masse, but even on site at Myplanet, we looked at retention and resilience, and the initiatives here have really directly focused on that, looking at a deep value, even a cost benefit to running these programs. But we try to really make sure that anything that we do provide here is aligned to the research. And this is all emerging from around the world. And so the big thing is the qualitative. So really, what's happening for the individual. And so we're going to hear from some of them in a tiny bit. But people are integrating in a very meaningful ways personally. So really their ability to listen, for example, effectively with their spouses, with their colleagues, in morning stand-ups, to have a moment to actually acknowledge the fact that, wow, we're here together in this group, and how awesome it is just to take a moment to acknowledge that. right? Usually rather than moving to that autopilot type of state that usually we're caught up in at the speed of things. And people looking at focus, this is what we're exploring right here. Is like, how do I really manage my mind, right? And in what's happening, how do I really create an environment for myself to thrive in the moment? So the relevance, we touched base on this. We live in a VUCA world. And so who here has heard of VUCA before this presentation? Not so much. You too. You have, of course. So this is actually a military term, came out roughly about 10 years ago, and now being applied en masse. I heard it for the first time when I went through Google's leadership training, where they said, this is now being directly applied to our current landscape. It's volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And especially in tech, with how fast things are evolving, how fast things are changing, this is, more poignant than ever. So how do we build the skills to thrive in a VUCA world? That's what we really look at here. And so this is the reality that we work within. We have many different demands on a systemic side. So on, we have to work in the organization a certain way with certain teams on certain projects. So how do we see that system clearly? So mindfulness can help support that through these contemplative practices. We're not going to go through them right now, but these are some of the trainings that we provide in terms of seeing yourself clearly in this type of reality. But all of this rises, in terms of challenges, pressure, etc. And so how do you be resilient through this? So what do you do? And so right now, this is sort of just building up. So this guy, Dan Goleman, his first book was Emotional Intelligence. And when I read that initially, it just made sense, right? In terms of how do I build the emotional and social skills that I need most to be able to survive and to thrive. And so his first book was Emotional Intelligence, and he was talking about how, this is what everybody needs, right? This is it. But now he's saying that not only is it emotional intelligence, but our ability to be mindful in the moment. So really to be present now more than ever, especially with how much our attention is being pulled in different directions. So his newest book is Focus, and it really focuses on mindfulness. And this is why a lot of companies are adopting this en masse. So Google, some of the top tech companies like Twitter, Facebook, Zynga even, are leading the path on the tech side in terms of bringing mindfulness to the forefront. There's a magazine about it. It's on the cover of Time magazine as well. The World Economic Forum does purposeful pauses like what we just did here before their meetings. And these are global leaders that are actually the ones moving through this. So talk about the value that they have perceived. And the really cool thing is that the UK Parliament has just gone through, all of the members have gone through 8-week intensive training in mindfulness. And so this is how do you bring it to all aspects of your life, right? While you're walking, while you're talking, while you're eating, and it's pretty incredible what that does to the brain. And that is something that Ellen is going to share with you. It's just a little bit about the neuroscience of it all. And the Navy SEALs, the US military are going through it as well. I've done some of their training, and it is just awesome what they're doing. So in the workplace, it's really, we're focusing here on mindfulness as a root ability because it catalyzes your emotional intelligence. The first thing is that ability to really see clearly what's happening here and then to act from a space of choice. The way we call it is intention, attention, and attitude. What is your intention in whatever it is that you're doing? Are you clearly aware of that intention? Or is just life pulling you along in a way where perhaps you don't even have the opportunity to set that intention? Where are you placing your attention, and what attitude are you holding? Is it an attitude that really brings out the best of others and yourself? Or is it perhaps self-absorbed? These are some interesting trainings that we provide, and here's all the different ways that it can be applied, in terms of decision-making, resilience, teamwork, empathy, presentation skills. And so what we do with our programs is we actually take each functional application, workplace application, and look at it and explore it in terms of how can you just make this a piece of your life rather than something that you have to, another thing to do. So that's a big thing is if you around mindfulness, about some of the things that we're going to explore here. If you think it's like another thing to do, then don't do it, because you're just going to stress yourself out. But how can you actually bring that quality of awareness into your life, is really the question to ask. So I'm going to hand it off to Ellen.
Hi, guys. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions to get a sense of who's sitting in these seats. So I'm going to start with, who has a meditation practice of their own? Okay, cool. And who's never meditated ever before what we just did in our purposeful pause? Thanks for being very brave, front row guy. Okay. Okay, so some of this may be old hat for you, and some of it may be completely new. So I'm going to do my best to hit that middle mark, and we'll see what happens. So again, this is the definition that Michael took you through. What we think is an important distinction is to separate mindfulness from what it is not. I love this picture of stacked rocks, because surely if you Google images mindfulness, you will come across endless pictures of different rocks stacked upon rocks, or these sort of serene water droplets, etc. And a very important distinction, because mindfulness becomes almost a misnomer that it's this Zen state of peace and relaxation. And oh God, no, I can't meditate because I can't empty my mind. I'm always thinking. I can't turn this off. And that's not what mindfulness is. And if you let that be what mindfulness is, then it'll deter you and you'll never actually get to try it, because that feels so far beyond what we're capable of. So we want to very clearly leave you with this idea that it's not stacked rocks and Zen peacefulness. And it might be, and that's great if it is. But all you want to do is know what's happening to you as it's happening. So that's part of your attention. And then the other component is this idea of attitude, like Michael just mentioned. So it's open, it's accepting, it's curious. You're not struggling against the experience. And we know with attention and focus, this is really important, because we have a certain amount of cognitive resources that we're applying to a task. And, Michael made a joke at the beginning saying sort of half of you are here but not really listening. That comes from an incredibly well executed and validated study out of Harvard, no less, where they gave thousands of people these smartphones where during the day you would get pinged. So they call it experience sampling method. So just randomly you're getting pings on your phone, and they ask you 3 questions. They ask you, what are you doing? Are you on task or off task mentally? And 3, how happy are you? And really simple. So they have thousands of data points. And what they find is that whether you're on task or off task is a better predictor of your happiness than the actual task that you're doing, which is really interesting. And the other takeaway is that it's 47% of the time our minds are wandering. So when you think about productivity, or you think about any kind of efficiency or any kind of enjoyable task in the life that you're living, half the time you may not be there. And we want to change that. So again, this is the idea of, if you're in that 47% of the time where you're not on task, then at least know you're not there. If you're online shopping instead of coding, I don't know if that's a realistic example for you, then do it consciously. And if you're going to indulge in the online shop or whatever extra clicks that go to nowhere, just do so honestly, and then try to imbue this attitude of, it's okay, I'm going to do this. This is my present moment, and so be it. And that's what we're getting at. One thing we do want to distinguish as well is that mindfulness is now a very handy umbrella term, and many things fall under it, and many things get conflated with it, one of which is meditation. So mindfulness and meditation, they're actually different things. But meditation you can understand as a set of mental training techniques, and there's zillions of kinds of different practices that we can use. Here at Myplanet, we really do a smorgasbord of everything. Um, but these concepts are, in fact, distinct. Um, so this just gives you a snapshot of the research. This is the number of publications on mindfulness. Um, if you go back sort of 25, 30 years, you would see a very similar trend in exercise. And we like to think about mindfulness or meditation as a new form of mental exercise. So the same way that the first time someone went jogging or went running on a treadmill, someone thought they were crazy because why on earth would you run in the same spot or go nowhere? It's the same idea for mindfulness, because right now when you go into some organizations, the idea of I'm going to sit at my desk and I'm going to close my eyes and do nothing seems a little bit foreign. It seems perhaps counterproductive. But what we're seeing more and more in this research is that that short unplugging time is like a Control-Alt-Delete function where you're actually rebooting something, and it's a nice sort of regenesis concept. So because this is on focus, I'll actually get to the point. A lot of the research in that slope that you just saw comes out of the neurosciences. And it's great for mindfulness because at the end of the day, it's hard to argue with neuroscience because it's just what's happening in the brain. So let me just take you through this. When you meditate, you can understand it in these 5 steps. So, and actually, again, let me be more specific because some of you do meditate. This isn't all meditations, but a category of meditation is called focused attention, and that's what this is corresponding to. So with focused attention, you have an anchor. And in the last very short pause we did, some of it was the breath. So your anchor is your breath. And if you prefer visualization or you prefer a body scan or a mantra, you know, again, there's many different kinds, but pick what your anchor is and that's your anchor. And that's in the orange, alerting. Focus on object. But this idea of default mode or distraction, this is sort of the honest state of our minds where we're quick to be distracted, and there's sort of evolutionary reasons for this. You want to be alert to the environment because goodness knows what's coming after us. But we live in much cozier context now. It's less of an issue, but we haven't really jigged out of this yet. So we'll get distracted. And even when you sit and meditate, surely this is going to happen. You have breath as anchor, and the mind will wander. Now you have step 3. You're constantly monitoring your attention, and this is a faculty that you're building with meditation, or this practice of mindfulness where you become aware of your awareness, so meta-awareness. And we want to know that the mind has wandered so that here you can actually executive function, bring it back. So that's what the yellow is. The mind has wandered. I've noticed the mind wandering. I'm going to bring it back. It also requires you to let go. So whatever you were thinking of or whatever is on your mind, and if you did read the blog post that we sent out, we used emotions as an example because at the end of the day, we're all human beings and other things in our life are important. So say you get in an argument with your partner or something's bothering you or you're worried about something, emotions tend to hijack our thinking very quickly. And part of getting back on task means we have to be able to have enough sort of executive functioning, so frontal lobes, to actually bring ourselves back and let go of whatever it is that's bothering us. So easier said than done, but that's the yellow. And then you reorient yourself so you come back in and then you focus again. So anchor, mind wanders, You notice the mind has wandered, you let go of what you're thinking of, and then you bring it back. And what's cool about this is that, the folks that are studying meditation neuroscientifically can actually map these functions right into the brain. And again, with this concept of neuroplasticity, which is a word that I feel like keeps getting thrown out, but years ago we thought the brain was the brain was the brain. It is what it is. And now we know that's just not the case. It's like any muscle, and we can build pathways. And with the idea of focus is that as you practice going through this cycle, you're actually building the connections and the pathways to reinforce this ability. And surely it's an ability, because whether you want to be able to shut off your dramatic argument that you just had and actually focus on the task, those are mental muscles. We want to build those. This is perhaps a simpler way to understand all of those steps. And this is nice as well because it starts to bring in the 3 qualities. So intention, attention, attitude. So this past summer, I wrote my comprehensive exams, which are just grueling. And there's a lot of expectation. It's just not a very pleasant experience. And what I noticed was I need to learn an incredible amount of material. Can you hear me? Because I'm not really talking into this mic. All right, how's that? So I'm writing my comprehensive exams, and probably 80% of the time that I'm trying to learn this new material, part of my mind is going, what if I fail? What if I fail? I can't remember all of this. What was that last theory? And when you talk about cognitive resources, I think it's not generous to say that 80% of my mental functioning is just worried about how I'm going to perform, which isn't that conducive to learning or retaining information. And I think you could apply this to any task where you actually need to think, because then not only whether it's breath or the actual work that you're doing, when you're getting distracted, it could be any host of things. And the more that we struggle against what's distracting us, the more fuel we're giving that fire. And as you can begin to integrate different types of mindfulness attitudes, then the struggle starts to dissipate. It's like if you have an older sibling and they used to like tease you or bug you or beat you up, and the moment you stop flailing and fighting back, they leave you alone. It's the same thing in our minds, but our minds are so persistent. But with acceptance, it begins to quiet down. So same idea, distraction. We cultivate this meta-awareness, we regain focus, and it allows us to start to understand some of that unproductive self-talk that enters into our mind cycle so that we can't focus. So does that make some sense? We are going to pass it off. So I'm going to end on this one note. We started off the presentation by saying, hey, this is how mindfulness goes at Myplanet. Myplanet, great company, great office. Look how cool this is. And that's sort of a referential wisdom way to look at it. Google does this. Insurance companies do this. Referential wisdom. I've tried to explain to you some of the neuroscience of just how focus or mindfulness works in a cycle. This we would think of as intellectual wisdom, where hopefully I'm being somewhat logical and rational enough to appeal to your senses. Oh, this sounds interesting. And the last is experiential. So for you to get any of these benefits, you need to actually walk this path. I like to call it tasting the ice cream, because I could tell you how good ice cream tastes, but you'll never know if you don't really taste it yourself. And with that, I would love to introduce Aaron and Jacques and their designer developer. And they're going to talk to you a little bit about what tasting the ice cream for them has been like, and how focus has shown up from their mindfulness practice. Here. Ladies first. All right.
That's kind of archaic. So hello, I'm Erin. I am a technical lead at Myplanet. So I'm responsible for the larger architecture and the code reviews, and generally it's my butt on the line for a project to make the technical decisions. Which is fun and I really enjoy it. And I usually work with smallish teams, so about 5 other developers, and we kind of chug along on our projects. I've been here for about 4 years, and that's been inclusive with Michael coming in and giving our mindfulness experiences and training. But it wasn't until last winter that I really started getting into mindfulness as a practice independently. I found that I was at a point when managing the projects that I was at, that I was more stressed than I felt the project needed. Because I'm sure everybody's had a project that they understand, like, this is an appropriate level of stress for this craziness that I'm dealing with now. And I felt like the stress that I was taking on wasn't appropriate to the difficulty of the project. So I do participate as much as I can in the mindfulness practices available at Myplanet, but I also practice meditation outside of it. So what I'm specifically going to talk about is the idea within meditation of how I'm able to handle my focus. And it's how I'm able to give focus and how I'm able to maintain focus. And I think that those are 2 really separate things. Giving focus, there was a discussion that you guys did on how to mindfully write emails, and you divided it between what's important and what's urgent. And I feel like giving focus to something is identifying what's urgent. I need to give this focus right now. And maintaining focus on something is really identifying what's actually important and how can we maintain our attention towards that. So specifically with giving focus, I'm going to prioritize, and I'm going to prioritize things that I know are coming in and actually need my attention. Specifically, I'm thinking of a tech crisis. Potentially, there is a build broken at a really inconvenient time, or the client has come in and is really unhappy about a deploy that just went and the feature is not what they expected. That's something that I have to give my focus to because it's urgent. And the key point of that is I'm able to give these things focus because I'm choosing to respond to them. I've identified that this is something that needs my attention. I know what's actually a deploy blocker as opposed to just the client being upset. And I'm able to monitor my emotions through that process. Because I'm sure that anybody who has been on a tech team or any kind of a team that does a client deliverable, there's a lot of emotions when there's a crisis. And sometimes the priority of importance or the priority of focus isn't always connected to how the emotions are tied to it. So somebody can be very, very upset about one particular piece of the project that you're on, but it's not something that you need to give focus to right now because it's not a priority bug, it's not a deploy blocker, and I'm able to choose to give focus to that. So that's giving focus. And that's being aware of what is potentially essentially noise. I'm able to filter out those emotional spikes that are the noise in there, and I'm able to stay calm during the crisis. In contrast to that, I think maintaining focus is identifying, as I said, what's important and how to bring things back. So if my focus is taken away from something that's actually critically important, sorry, I shouldn't say the word important. If my focus, wait, it is important. Yeah, maintaining is important. If my focus is being taken away from something important by something that's particularly urgent, I'm able to bring it back. And so I'm not siloing my mind, and I'm not ignoring urgent things that are coming in on the project. I'm able to treat them as urgent things, but I'm able to bring my mind back. And I didn't look at your slides beforehand, but that's the cycle that you were describing, in which I'm aware when, and this is a holistic scale, but I'm aware when my attention is pulled from what's really important, and I'm able to bring it back without having a crisis or judging something. An example would be if we're in the middle of a sprint or very close to the end of a sprint and we need to get something in. But again, there's an external input that really needs urgent attention. It's always the build process. Oh my God. I'm able to pay attention to that, but then bring it back to the actual story that I'm working on without getting distracted. Another example of this is in meetings. Sometimes meetings can go a little off agenda. And a lot of people I found have a great fear of that. They're worried about riffing on different topics. But as long as we're able to bring the meeting back and kind of curtail it in, we're going to see a bunch of interesting and creative ideas that come out of these rants. Sorry, teammates. But it's also research. If you're doing any technical research or design, like materials research, you're able to go down these rabbit holes without actually getting distracted because you can maintain focus on what you're paying attention to. So that's the two kind of aspects of it. And I think from a that's how I use it in my work. In my personal life, I do improv comedy with an 8-person troupe. So it's full-on make-em-ups on stage, and our set's about 25 minutes. And that's a lot of attention that you need and focus within that. But during that individual bit, if you're not on stage, you should be paying attention while also thinking up ideas in your head about what's going to come next. Because you need to be able to base off the previous scene. Let's say the previous scene has like an ice cream man in it. You need to be able to call the ice cream man back 2 scenes later to keep your attention. And it's within that, I don't feel like it's splitting attention because I'm using this idea of giving focus and maintaining focus. You give focus when something needs to happen, but you're able to bring back and loop back your idea in the same way that you do within meditation, in which your brain gets distracted. It's thinking about ice cream. It happens. But you bring it back to your breath during the meditation or whatever you're focusing it on. So that's how I use it in my life and in my work. Thanks for paying attention.
Thank you, Aaron. Hello, everybody. My name is Jacques. I'm a visual designer here at Myplanet. I've been here for 3 years. I was part of the fellowship straight out of university. I went to OCAD for graphic design, and mindfulness was really one of the red flags that I saw coming into this industry as a way to kind of better my personal life and the way I work with others. So yeah, I do visual design here. My work tends to be transient. I'm on this project, that project, working with you for a week, maybe you for 3 months, as I'm sure a lot of you can probably relate. So when I'm in that type of situation, I'm asking myself constantly, you know, how am I going to approach this problem with which I have little to no experience? How am I going to connect with you, my teammate, in order that we can align, focus, and get to the real problem as a team quickly? How am I going to have a conversation with this new client? As a young designer, that's a lot of the things I ask myself is that things are new, things are changing, things are constantly begging for my attention. How am I going to identify the situation for what it is and enter into it with this attitude of openness? And I think, you know, we've touched on that, and it's really about seeing the opportunity for what it really is and not judging it, but finding your place in that situation and saying, this can be positive, and what do I really need to bring to the table to make this a positive interaction? Very early on in one of my most recent projects, I had an opportunity to, this is not something I had done before, to speak with our key shareholder. And I had to bring a lot to that conversation. I had to bring confidence, and I had to portray that confidence to her. So really, I mean, barring late nights of prepping and putting the designs together, making it look nice, you have to bring an attitude to the table that is not only open, but is transparent, and your intention is clear. So that's really what mindfulness does for me in my personal life and in my work life. It's that anchor to which I go back to find that path. How do I make this interaction a positive one without knowing what's involved? And I find if you really step into that situation with those key ideas of the right attitude, an open intention, and attention to what's actually happening, the rest pretty much comes naturally. And yeah, I'm going to keep mine short, but that's really, I apply that to everything down to my relationships. How do I get to the most of this out of this conversation with my fiance? How do we get to the right color for that drape before IKEA is closed? You know what I mean? So, even in a situation like this, how do I connect with you guys? How do I let you understand what I'm here to talk about? And I find it's as natural as it can be, as long as you come in with those three things. And that's really what I take into everything I do. And that's one of the main reasons I came here. And yeah, it really is, it becomes part of your life and part of your process. And it's you stop thinking about it after a certain point. So yeah, thanks for listening, and hand it off to.
Thank you. Thanks, Aaron and Jacques. Applying it actually in your life, that's really what it's all about, right? And I think what was really interesting, Jacques, what you finished off with there, and I love the giving and maintaining attention. That's a really interesting concept. We'll have to bake that into some of our workshops. With Jacques, he mentioned that there's a point where you stop thinking about it, and that's really the quality that we're inviting you to bring into the interactions with other people, right? And the interesting thing of the science that's showing is that we can actually elevate. So on one side they say you can hack your brain's default mode. So our default mode is to be self-absorbed. Usually it's stuck in their self-narrative for most of the time. So by observing what's actually happening in the moment and really coming to our senses, to really place our attention into this moment on purpose, you can actually shift out from that mode and actually be more aware to actually what's happening here. And the research is showing that actually can amplify your level of happiness in the moment. So, when we look at it, why the heck are we even doing this on the first place? It's so that we can connect more deeply with the people that we love, with our colleagues, with this moment, right? With the food that we're about to eat, right? And ultimately, why? To be happy, to be able to perhaps suffer less, right? To be less stress, to deal with challenge more effectively. So really appreciate your stories, as I feel they're very relevant. And so now we're just going to go through a final practice, and we're going to close off our session here, which is spot on. And we covered some interesting topics here. So now we understand that there is this, our mind is naturally going to shift and wander. We can be aware of this. What type of attitude are you going to bring to that scenario? You're going to notice with openness, acceptance, or you can go with self-criticism, negativity, see what works out best for you, right? The experiment is yours to notice and to familiarize yourself with your mind and to bring it back. Maintain, resume, and then rinse and repeat. The cycle is going to keep on going, right? The attention is going to be distracted. The more we do it, your default mode of awareness starts increasing. So it becomes a regular part of your everyday life. I'm going to finish it off before we go into the practice with something that my teacher, one of actually, he's a incredible researcher out of UMass Medical School. He says, so maybe this is a tidbit for you all, next time you're in the shower, check if you're the only person in the shower. Usually, in terms of this default mode that we're in, we've got the TTC driver who just pissed us off in the shower with us. We got the meetings that we got to handle here, the projects, the key stakeholders we have to deal with in the shower with us. But what the heck is going on? We're actually taking a shower. Or are you? So what is this all about really for you? And that's where the intention piece comes in. Right? So really look at why would you engage in this purposeful type of way with each moment? So we're going to use the cliche of a beautiful landscape for our final practice, which is going to be an awareness of breath practice. So we're just going to go for a few minutes now rather than 60 seconds. And this is so that you could just sort of put into action a little bit of what we explored here and test it out for yourself. So I use the awareness of breath practice when I am sitting on the TTC, stuck in front of everybody in the world. And perhaps there's nowhere else for me to go. And rather than stewing on how late I'm going to be, I bring my awareness to my breath. right? And so there's many opportunities to practice. We can even do this while we're in a meeting to course correct and bring our attention back to what's happening. And I think what Aaron was mentioning is the object of attention could be anything, right? Here we're practicing with the breath. And right now, it's been a long day for some of you. You might fall asleep. That's cool. That's all good. Notice when that happens, right? So again, it's not a special state. It's not a relaxation. We're seeing clearly the way things are for these next 3 minutes. Let's give it a shot. So once again, assuming a alert yet relaxed seated posture. So perhaps having both feet on the floor. So maybe finding that grounded position. If you bring a sense of uplift in your body, you're less likely to fall asleep because how alert your body is plays a role in terms of how alert your mind is. You can rest your hands on your lap or on your thighs, however you wish. Just cast your gaze forward. You can release your abdomen. Sometimes we just like to hold tension in our belly. So abs of jelly, give that a shot. So cast your gaze downwards, prevents distractions in your visual field. You can tilt your chin forward a little bit, opens up the back of the neck. Gently close your eyes and just feel a sense of uplift in your body, but also not tightness. So just relax. Take maybe a deep in breath and a deep out breath. And just listen to the sound of the bell, just to mark the start and end of this brief awareness of breath meditation. So just finding your seat here by just taking a few deep, purposeful in-breaths and out-breaths, and just allowing your body and perhaps your mind to settle. Just notice how your body feels now in this moment. It's a long day, an interesting workshop, perhaps you might notice pressure in your head or tiredness, maybe alertness. Perhaps noting the contact and pressure of your feet on the floor, your body sitting in the chair, sense of balance. Just taking a moment to notice how your body feels. And now, direct your attention to the fact that you're actually breathing. And following the full duration of your in-breath and full duration of your out-breath. No need to control your breath. Your body knows how to breathe. And as you hone in your attention to a part in the body that you notice the breath most vividly within, almost as if shining a spotlight upon it, you'll most definitely observe the tendency of your mind to wander. Am I doing this right? What am I doing? When am I going home? Problem solving, analyzing, sounds. This is perfectly normal. Just acknowledging and allowing for that acknowledgement to happen and bringing that sense of kindness and curiosity, experimenting with it. As you notice, and gently bring your attention back to that point of noticing the breath in the body. for a few more moments. Breathing in, knowing you're breathing in. Breathing out, knowing you're breathing out. A 100 thoughts, 100 gentle returnings back to the breath. And perhaps allowing each out breath to be a deeper sense of letting go. Any thoughts or worries about the past or the future? And when you hear the sound, the bell, just marking the end of this practice and gently opening your eyes if they were closed. So we would debrief, but we don't have time. So, but I can be pretty certain I know what you were going through. Were you mindful, or were you mindful? The surrounding, there's these commonalities. You're going to notice these things, right? Discomfort. All that is to be embraced, right? And to experiment with how you move through this type of practice. Now, applications you can pause at any time. So this awareness of practice here, this is just a takeaway for yourselves in terms of we explored the functional aspects of focus. Now here, in terms of where can you apply this, pause, notice your thoughts and emotions, right? The intention here isn't to change, just to be aware. And what happens when you become aware? You invite choice, right? You can bring it into your every daily activities, right? Here, the breath was our focus, was our anchor for this present moment. But we could bring that to an interaction with another person. We can notice when our thoughts are hijacking the conversation, analyzing what they're saying, trying to fix what they're trying to, what they're saying, daydreaming completely about something else than what they're saying, maybe agreeing with everything that they're saying. Noticing that, and then bring that back to simply listening. What does that feel like? What is that experience like? And you can practice and sit. So with meditation, right? This is a meditation. It's an awareness of breath meditation. It's a mental training practice to help you familiarize yourself with your own mind and to cultivate certain beneficial ways of being, like focus or compassion. And so the benefits are quite rich. So some resources, just a little takeaways. Harvard has a very simple online course called Mind the Moment that you could go to. It's primarily focused more like on stress. If that's your cup of tea, it's a fun little e-learning program that you go through. I'm pretty sure it's still online. Download Headspace. Irfan over here, from a good friend from back in the day, him and his team are actually just weekly sitting and using Headspace as a tool to practice this type of training. And it's a lot of fun. So there's a lot of books. Here's some of them that you can take a look at. These are workplace-centric books that can be quite helpful for you. Full Catastrophe Living is a little bit not so much workplace-centric, but it's a great book for living in challenging times. They call it the Bible for stress. But check these out. Search inside yourself. This is Chade Meng Tan sharing how he brought this into Google. This is a pitch. If you are interested, we are looking for developers and designers here at Myplanet. So come on down, be a part of the team. And we're going to open up for Q&A, but just to let you know, the way that we work at it is really baking it and providing modules, really functional trainings for people to integrate this into their lives. So our invitation for you is to just continue the exploration, be aware of your mind, notice when you are distracted, and notice when you are noticing what's actually happening in the moment. And just carry forward with that in your everyday life. But if you have any questions, you can reach out to Ellen or myself. We are available through michael.a@myplanet.com or ellen.c@myplanet.com. But for now, we'll open it up. Any questions that you may have? Yes. So I've trained the full gamut of age groups, like thousands of people from all different types of settings, and it's where I see there being differences is in what helps people connect with practicing mindfulness. Right, so whenever you're speaking about this, you can alienate a person in a heartbeat away from what the heck this is, right? Or you have an opportunity there to really engage them around this understanding of their own mind, right? Just like what Ellen was sharing, who would do yogging, right? You're crazy for yogging, right? But no, it's healthy for you. But how do you get that across? That's unique for each age group. But I found that everybody, no matter what age they are, with intention, can take up this practice and radically come into some tremendous insight. I find even the older the people are, they have some really pivotal aha moments where they're like, oh my God, where's my mind been all this time, right? Like we've had those experiences in some of the groups, and it's transformative because they realize, whoa, I've been so living up in my head. There's so much more available to me, and so maybe there's a bit more motivation. The older a person is too, right? Less time. Yes. You know what? Remote engagement is a tough cookie, right? And it's a great challenge to bring. And so using tools to really bring people together, we've had Google Hangouts, we've had team trainings. Google Hangouts is what we use here as a platform. And they were extremely resonant. It's really interesting when everybody's doing a mindfulness practice and they're remote, because everybody's literally having a similar experience of being present with what's happening. And that really creates a interesting conversation coming out of it. You could bake it in, yeah, right? You just have to use the tools and having a pause. Let's just all take a pause right now in front of our screens here and close our eyes and do a 60-second drop in, for example, and just become present. If somebody doesn't want to do it, just kick back, just relax, but let's just gear down here. I think it's the same with any type of training that's done remote. You just have to be skillful with the tools for that. Wish I could be more help. Yep. Ellen. I'll pass it on to Ellen.
Give me the hard questions. For me, I would say that everything starts with awareness. This is a process. So I feel like that question almost already is outcome oriented. I want to be there now. I think you have to think about mindfulness as this very emergent phenomenon. So step one is awareness. And awareness you have to cultivate, because our baseline attention, not awesome. It's just not that good. So what you have to do is build that. And when that happens, other things shift. And so I feel like what you're saying is, how can I, get more out of this? Am I being presumptuous? Yeah.
Hi. I think this relates back to kind of what I was talking about in terms of mindfulness becoming natural. And I think with any habit, it's about repetition, right? So with anything you do, it starts out you're consciously deciding to do this, right? But with any habit, it becomes natural once you keep doing it, and once you are starting to pick up on the cues that require this type of practice. So your body naturally starts to notice that without you even noticing the cue itself, and just with any other habit, right? So, and that's when it becomes hard to break. And I think that's the point we all try to reach when we're not deciding to do this, but we are just doing this.
I started practicing with John Kabat-Zinn's The Full Catastrophe Living. And now I follow it up with Headspace on a daily basis. And it's about 10 minutes. And for a habit to become natural, you have to practice the habit until it's no longer until it becomes a habit. And Headspace has a lot of very short, nice practices. And some of them are specifically on focus. Yeah, so practice. If you want to not have to think about it, then you got to practice it. It's not as eloquent as Jacques.
Well, the one I was going to share was it was practice, actually. Right? It literally was that. It's, I've been doing it for 15 years. I've done multiple retreats with various different teachers that have been practicing for thousands, tens of thousands of hours. And they help me understand better my own mind. And so that's what these longer term retreats, that's where you can start really getting in deep. And so building a consistent practice, sort of like one of the templates are start off small, right? 2 to 3 minutes every day. The research is showing is really the best way to when we look at the Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, I can't even say his name, but the flow curve, when you look at the difficulty and challenge, the difficulty and the skill set to meet that challenge, you want to meet it as you go along. So that's why 2 to 3 minutes of practice is really good. Here we did a very bite-sized chunks, and then you slowly edge up, right? And you make sure that it's something that you do every day, right? 2 to 3 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, and then you start edging up slowly as you keep on going. One teacher will say, do it until like ends at a crescendo of happiness, right? Of joy. Right? So don't push yourself until perhaps it's getting too difficult at first, until you start building up. And so that's why sometimes it could be a bit daunting to do like 40-minute, 1 hour meditations, because it's sometimes like, whoa, like that's intense. I mean, you could do it, but as stepping it up, it will be very helpful to develop a habit. So, do it daily. There's groups that you can find to sit. So that's why here what we invite everybody to do is to create an anchor at Myplanet. So we have them Mondays and Wednesdays. Jacques and Aaron actually are 2 of the mindful ambassadors for the Wednesdays. So they hold the space and they just go, okay, everybody come in, practice. And literally we go around, go, hey, everybody, we know you're completely entrenched in what you're doing, but come in, just be present here for these few moments. And people opt into it and some people don't, right? And then you can start baking in even retreats. Maybe in a year you can go do a weekend retreat or a 5-day, or go for a 10-day, like Olympic run. But stepping it up, that's really key. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Techniques to enhance emotional and social intelligence. Well, So I guess one model and way of thinking is, start off with awareness, as the team here has shared. And the other thing is to, one of the big techniques is mindfulness. I know we're coming back to it, but develop your ability to be aware of what's happening, and then cultivate your ability to regulate yourself when you notice yourself in habitual patterns. Right? That's a lifetime of work right there. All right. So, would you want to share? Yeah.
Yes, because I've just finished reading. I just read a book that actually spoke specifically to this. So, one thing we know, there's a sort of mode in the brain for situational awareness. So you could just start practicing people watching if you're people watchers by nature or not. So when you ride the subway, instead of just being like, what am I going to eat when I get home, or whatever the thoughts that you may normally have, you just practice watching what's going on around you. So you want to start training situational awareness for your own mind. And then the second is perspective taking. And perspective taking is incredibly powerful in many applications: empathy, negotiation, these kinds of sort of real world things. And what we see in sort of an 8-week John Kabat-Zinn type of mindfulness training, the areas of the brain related to empathy, perspective taking, etc., they increased gray matter start to develop, which is wonderful. So you could either do like very conscious perspective taking exercises, a conversation with your partner or friend to really see what they went through, and then you're trying to go there with them. It could be as concerted as that, or it could be, we lead a workshop in difficult conversations or conflict management, where you talk about a challenging situation, you rant, you get out your bit, but then you go to the place of the other and you try to do the same rant from their perspective. And it's very much a skill, because it's inherent to some but not to all of us. So those are two things that you could like actually practice.
And I'll just add to that. Shift from what about me, which is usually the case, to what about you, right? That type of shift in perspective is pretty epic, because you move from ego absorption to eco awareness, right? So your ability to perspective take actually expands, and from that you're taking in more information. And something that I use that is pivotal is like, literally you can practice this in a meeting. Wish for another person to be happy. What could that do to the quality of your interaction with them? Even if they're pissing you off, right? Rather than being caught up in your own thought patterns of how bad this is, may you be happy. And just notice what that does perhaps to your perspective taking. And so these are all much deeper trainings, like that come in around compassion, around conflict resolution, difficult conversations, listening, effective speaking. There's many tools. Maybe get Daniel Goleman's Working with Emotional Intelligence. It's a great resource guide. It's not here, but it was back there on the slide, so I'll pop it up. Working with emotional intelligence in it's a great one of those techniques. And perhaps one more question, and will be you. So that's probably left to a teacher much more skilled than I. But well, there's it's alluded to in many different types of traditions, various different levels of absorption and concentration, and the different types of experiences that can come from that. You think of it akin towards a bodybuilder, a weightlifter, deadlifting 700 pounds. most of us couldn't even imagine that being possible, right? So imagine you've done, I was just with one monk in New York. He was raising money for a charity in Nepal for earthquake victims. His latest book is Altruism. He's a French physicist, right? PhD. He was one of the earliest, youngest professors in France around this. He for the past 40 some odd years dedicated his life to training meditation in the Tibetan foothills. His name is Mathieu Ricard. He has over 50,000 hours of meditation training, epic. So I can't even imagine what's possible with his mind, right? Because I'm just a fraction, and but there's some pretty things that I have read and have experienced with some of these teachers is showing that there's some really incredible things that are possible with your mind, a la thickened prefrontal cortex gray matter, restructuring function and structure of the brain. So it's going to be exciting to see what neuroscience comes out and how all this builds, because it's a new frontier, right? We've sort of mastered everything else but the mind. Mastered everything to a degree where we're having consequences that perhaps we may not even want out there because we have to target something in here. So yeah, but thank you. But when you find out, that's a really cool thing. Let us know. That'd be pretty awesome. Thank you all. I know we've gone a little bit more time here. Feel free to just come up, ask us cues, and just enjoy. We have some more goodies over there. And if you have any questions, stay in touch. And we look forward to having more events come in the new year where we can perhaps move through some of the other modules that we've been going here. And I think Kay, he'll reach out to be in touch, with any feedback or if there's something else that you would want, let us know. If there's something less that you'd want, like me talking, let us know. Thanks all, everyone. And thank you to Ellen, Jacques, and Aaron for being awesome. Yes. And thank Cahill when you walk out. Just give him a high five. Thanks all. Have a great day.